Greetings and salutations! Welcome to the Grand Circus. I'm Bajongles. If you like my stuff, make sure to like and subscribe. Follow me over on Twitch at Bajongles1, where I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, noon Pacific Standard Time. I would much appreciate a follow there. Speaking of follow, you can follow me over on my socials, both at Big1 username Bajongles on Bluesky and Tumblr. Much appreciated. Now back to your regularly scheduled program. Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? I'm doing pretty good. Relatively speaking, I'm actually kind of scratched that. There's stuff going on in my personal life that I'm very stressed about. I'm not gonna go into very much because I don't want to bum you guys out, and it's not that big a deal, honestly. It's one of those things where it's just, we're kind of the going one step at a time. Uh, I am having a good time, however, because today we're gonna be doing more world building, and that is always a very fun thing. And then after this, I want to keep working on assets. Mm. Related to the not so positive stuff going on in my life. Uh, I'm not gonna be going to college for winter term, and so I'm gonna have more time to work on assets to actually get the editing done and just like making progress on all the stuff that I need to make progress on in terms of stream and maybe setting up doing some fun uh not necessarily merch, but like definitely some fun like shirt designs or like mug stuff. Yeah, that kind of thing. Because I might set up like a Redbubble or something and work on designs for that. Uh, uh but like the main focus today is going to be world building and then some asset work. Hopefully to like not get done with it because it feels like it's gonna take a fair bit, but make a lot of progress on the the new just chatting screen. Hmm. Because I want to try and get done with that uh and the ringleader PNG tuber model uh done like by the new year. Also, don't mind me that wrong playlist, although that some of that music is very cool. Let me get that down to 30. Outer Wilds music. There we go, everybody. All right, that's great. That's fantabulous. Mm. Water is yummy, Gordon. Alrighty, 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 alrighty. I'm trying to find something real quick. All right, found it. Sorry. Uh, art time. There we go. All right, we're back here. But I actually, before we start writing, I'm actually gonna be working on the map, for Faden, because I want to make progress on that. It's gonna take a little bit to open up because it is a big file. There we go. Okay, it's open. All right, sick. Okay, OBS, I believe in you. Make that invisible. There we go. Map time. I don't know where to put this down in writing yet, but I had an idea uh for like a group of rebels that are sort of acts uh or acted. They probably failed or something, I don't know. Uh which sort of like increased tensions everywhere in the city of like, Guy Fawkes and co style rebels where like they pulled a "don't come to school tomorrow" with the Parliament building, but then like the people they said that to warned the other people in the Parliament, and then they ended, Guy Fawkes and co ended up getting arrested. Like, that sounds like a fun idea. For like a group of them. Maybe have another group that kind of acts like a thieves guild, but is different from the thieves guild, which would kind of be it was kind of a thing, but it was like the government never really knew about it, is the thing, until like they came unraveled. And like for instance, that one thief taker general guy in London, where like he used that position as a cover in order to like remove his competition and sort of like conveniently return what was stolen to people who came to him for a fee, of course. And that was part of like the whole scam. Right? And I feel like that's like the way a quote unquote thieves guild in the city can form, but that's a separate faction that I think goes against like the rebels that act similar. And I think to the government of the city, the the thief taker type person is pretty popular with like, yeah, like the government of the city. He's taking care of a problem. I mean, how could he be a problem? Or she, I don't know. Or I guess they. Non-binary people exist in this setting. I just don't know where to put them in. And like, would they be recognized by the wider populace in the setting as just a thing that exists? Or would they? It's like, you're non. What gender are you? I'm kind of both or neither. So you're with the Fae then? You're one of those tricky shapeshifters. Burn them. Like that could be pretty interesting, but I don't want to. I don't know, go too far with it. I don't know. And then, let me get a schwieg of water. I got a schwieg. Alright, sick. And it would be cool if there was a quest to, like, you could either, where like, you could either side with, like, this thief-taker person, or with, like, the rebels, or with, like, yeah, just another faction, I guess. Because I feel like there are guards, but I want them to be relatively accurate to how guards were in real life, where they follow the trend of, you know, the less integrated they are with the community that they're supposed to serve, the worse they treat that community, and the more integrated they are within that community, the less horrible they treat the people within it. That's just... It was fun to learn that that's just, like, a thing that happens. And so it kind of explains a lot of the police brutality we see. I mean, all the history of like what would become our modern police system, originating from slave catchers, those bastards. And like, you know, them forming from that evil. Like disregarding that. There is just a trend where the less integrated within a community, a group of people meant to serve it in this sort of role, the less well they treat that community. I mean, look at ICE too, right? Like, ICE is awful. It's like, I feel like it's the closest thing to evil I've seen in a long time. Like, as an organization. And they are federal officers. They come into a community that they are not a part of. They take our neighbors and our family members. And they have, because they're not a part of the community, they have little to no accountability. And like, even the like local police, right? Like, depending on the town, they're not so bad. Right? They're still bad because the overall police system is not good, and even if you're a good individual within this system, you still serve a corrupt system and all that. Like, how do I put this? I have met good officers that are, again, within this horribly corrupt system that overall promotes violence. There are no good ICE. There is nobody good in ICE. And all that white tangent to be said, like, there's probably some sort of guard within the city. Like, they may just be guards for, like, the inner circle, you know, like the nobles and the mages and all that, so they don't serve the people. They serve the wealthy. And with this setting, this reminds me, with this setting, My goal is not to make it grimdark. My goal is to have the characters act like people. And so that means that I want to emphasize the highest and the lowest of humanity, right? Like there is genuine like insane levels of love and kindness and compassion and like helping one another and like beauty, right? But there's also like the lowest lows of like evil and fascism and oppression and things like famine and war and plague and like conquest and like all these, the four horsemen and all that. And I think something that a lot of settings trying to be grimdark don't really understand is that you need to have both to contrast between each other, right? If a setting is bad and evil and everything sucks all the time, there's nothing good and nobody's good, everybody's evil, then that's just how the setting is, and it just sucks, right? And if a setting everybody is good and everything is great for people and people are always kind to each other and everybody always does what's right, it's also boring. There has to be this duality of and sometimes the duality is within an individual person, right? Like with the married men uh in this setting, right? Like they genuinely love and care about each other, and the one guy's daughter, right? They are good people that are cursed with horrible parasites that are not evil because they're animals, right? They're polyps, they're coral, they're animals, and they are doing what they are going to do. It's like wild boar. They do immense harm to feral hogs. They do immense damage to our ecosystems. Not because they're evil, awful creatures, but because they're doing what they would do in their home somewhere else. And the somewhere else that they're doing it in has a really hard time adapting to them and other conditions. And I guess that's sort of a thing to remember with people too. Like there are genuinely evil people in this world in reality, right? Like people like Peter Thiel or oh, what's his name? Stephen Miller. Elon Musk, these kinds of people. There is the genuine evil in this world, right? But usually with people, it's complicated. With actual people and not these monsters, mind you. It's complicated. And when I say it's complicated, I mean there's good in people and then there's things that people do that are bad. I have done bad things to people in the past, just as most people have, and I'm completely transparent about that because I was a dumb kid in middle school in many of these cases, and I should have I was not mature because my brain was developing, and that doesn't mean I didn't hurt people through my immaturity. And so like this like visceral realness I want to put into this thing, right? Like Baron Mordbok, right? She believes she's doing right. In many cases, she's fighting against people who would do wrong to her people. Right, the pirate halflings, right? They are genuinely raiding, pillaging, killing people, right? There are reasons for that, and so you understand why they're doing that, but they're still doing that, right? And like she's fighting against Swindon and Crawberg, who are like have their own motivations, and she's a person and she's not perfect. Is sort of what I'm getting to. And so with the rebels, right? I feel like the rebels, most of them, maybe not all of them, most of them fully believe they're doing the right thing. And in many cases they are doing the right thing, I believe. But I want that like level of complexity there where it's like is what they're doing right. Like I don't think that the Baron is a bad this Baron is a bad person. I do think she is wrong. She is wrong about some things and right about others. And so I'm seeing the people rebelling within the county. Or not the, well, yes, the county, but like people rebelling within the barony as trying to correct what is wrong. And what I get to do is I get to have a bunch of people with a bunch of different perspectives saying, no, this is how we should correct this. Like they're all agreeing what's wrong. Speaking of wrong. Speaking of wrong. Band. Bots trying to shield me shall not prosper. You shall not prosper, you shall be dead and sad. In that order. I kind of like a hex here. So there may be a point somewhere in this stream where I take a pause and go get food, because I have not had breakfast. It'll probably be the tried and true ham and cheese sandwich, but we do have bagels right now. So I might like have it on a toasted bagel, maybe give a little bit of extra time for the BRB. Alright, I think that's good progress, and I think I've brainstormed enough where I can sort of go back and make you visible. Marrowhurst. The Custodian Square is a square which has been which has an important historical connection to the holy site it is adjacent to, and it is the place where the largest annual market in Hartford takes place. During the harvest season, many people come from far and wide, though mostly from other parts of Hartford, to buy and sell their wares. If you are looking for something that is special or just hard to find, this market may be the place to find the best place to find it. That is a good refresher. Marrowhurst. Let me go to yeah, there we go. Let me go to the city rebels. The city, and I'm gonna write down some of the things I said. The city rebels. As of recently, act much like a thieves guild. I misspelled that, and I guess the proper term is Thieves Guild. Oh, because thieves is plural to thief. Right. Right, it's Thieves Guild. And thus are in conflict with the thief taker general. Now this is having a thief taker general is a little bit anachronistic from the time, like the general time this is meant to take place. That happened more like 1800s ish, right? Maybe sooner. I forget exactly what, but it's cool enough that I want to have it in here, and I'm fully aware it's not quite accurate. And the thieves under his employment. Under his employment. Thief taker general. There we go, splendid. And the thieves under his employment. The city rebels have a strong presence within add link. Hold on. Marrowhurst. No, I have a link to that. Within the rat's nest. As they are and are just about the only authority of people within it will recognize. They often fight or fight against uh they often fight off the I- if taker generals men and the city guard, who both perform regular raids. Raids. This escalation of tension has brought on yet more conflict as a small group of rebels had smuggled in dwarf made boom powder. I called it boom powder. Uh dwarf. Yeah, boom powder. There we go. Alright. Uh underneath the what did I call it? Let me see. Marrowhurst is the largest city in the barony of Hartford and is situated on the sound at the mouth of the fertile Marrow River. It has become a prominent center of trade in the region due to its easy access to produce. I want you to produce for me some carrots, beans, and corn. I want you to produce me some lettuce. I want you to produce me some produce. And I meant to say minerals. Oh, no materials. No materials is right. And materials from upriver farming and mining communities, respectively. Its strategic position on the Sound makes it easy for Hartford to blockade the other baronies from a large amount of outside trade. The attacking of trade and cargo vessels by pirate halflings and the strain that disease and the Civil War have had on the city and the communities it relies on have led to the hardship of its people. This hardship has led to semi-organized rebels popping up more and more frequently. Some acting as highwaymen, some as terrorists, and others as leaders of community. The city generally is separated into 3 rings, surrounded by fortified walls, with an open section for the bustling port. The innermost section of the city is the castle town. This is where the keep, the residence of the Lord Mayor, is, as well as any administrative buildings, wealthy estates, and even a prestigious university reside. Alright, so it would be underneath alright. Into the Marrowhurst Keep and Courthouse. This plot was sniffed out before any real damage or any damage was was done, but this has the officials and nobles of the city on edge. That's right, they're edging. Yo! Okay, I don't trust that message. I apologize. Let me look at you. Yeah, it says account created today and followers since today. Are you a follower? Regardless, how are you, man? I don't know if you're real. If you want the Discord server, you could just do !Discord in the chat. And that'll lead you to the server. Like, I don't know, man. You don't need my Discord. This kind of feels like a some sort of fake creature going, "Can I have your name?" And me just going, "No, but you may call me Bajongles." Just I don't know. You can !Discord, man. Alright, let me... I almost picked up my stylus. Alrighty. Let me see. This escalation of tension is brought on yet more conflict as a small group of rebels has smuggled in dwarf-made boom powder into the Marrowhurst keep and courthouse. This plot was sniffed out before any damage was done, but this is has the officials and nobles of the city on edge. Alright, very cool. I do not like the buffering that just happened on my stream. Let me get some water. Also, hi Dicey. I was looking at the viewers to see if this like creepy buddy had me on Discord guy was still here, and then I saw your name. How's it going? I'm going through some financial troubles right now, but that's not anything you should worry about. Don't mind me stretching, I'm tired. Next week is finals week for this term. And then due to aforementioned financial issues, I will not be going to college in winter term. Which means there will be the next few months where, like, I don't need to stop anything for college work. I could just, like, focus on dreams and art and shit. And hopefully, like, in that time, I want to set up something like a Redbubble or something similar, and then make some cool designs. Like, I want to make that shirt with the hobo cloud. Just, I hate my, I hate my Baka life or whatever it was. And it's just the hobo clown, like, sad and smoking a cigarette. Let me click that so that I can see the beautiful, beautiful spreading. Mitosis! I spread through mitosis, Gordon. And I suppose there we go. Alright. I suppose this is good as like a basic right now. Because this gives a connection to the rat's nest, and this creates a new character named the Thief Taker General. Thief Taker General. This is based off a real man, though I forget his name. He was this guy who was a Thief Taker General in London, but in reality, he used that position to, stifle his thief competition and have like a large network of thieves steal stuff for him, pawn stuff off, and if if the stuff happened to be reported missing to him by the people he stole from, he would conveniently find it and then find the perpetrator for a large sum, just a net profit. And so I'm basing this guy off of that dude. Is a man in rather ostentatious... I don't know how to spell this. I was really close, actually, so we're fine. We're good. The Thief Taker General is a man in rather ostentatious garb. With silks and rare dyes. Hold on, how do I say, how do I say the patterns are sewn on it? Like embroidered? Embroidered. Okay, this is the one time that it's not my accent making embroidered sound like embroidered. It's just embroidered. Very fun and cool. Ugh. Why? While on the face of it, he is simply a man who stops a crime within the city. Let me get rid of that comma. In truth, he runs the largest network of thieves in the whole county. There we go. Alright, sick. Yeah, within the whole county. He uses the position and the social smoke screening it provides to eliminate his competition. I accidentally added an E there. Eliminate his competition and to fatten his pockets. There we go. All right. He using the... Let me actually just make this a new paragraph. He's using the opportunity provided to him by the recent bombing attempt a bomb threat on the Marrowhurst Keep and courthouse to ingratiate himself. Why is that not right? Ingratiate himself with the upper crust of the city further. As time goes on, he becomes more and more entangled in local politics, and that has his rivals and detractors greatly worried. There we go. Okay. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm having a little hard time focusing on an empty stomach. So I am going to put my BRB text right here, and then I will be right back. Sit back, relax, enjoy the music. I'm gonna go make myself some food, and then I will be back. Alrighty, I've returned. Let me get rid of my BRB text. Hello, hello, hello. I have sandwich. That's right. I've given up my shotgun secondary for a sandwich. Hmm. Hmm. Well, sorry for taking so long, everybody. Something else happened while I was gone. While I eat sandwich, let's continue. Hmm. All right. I think it could be a pretty interesting like sort of storyline to try and reveal his plot. And make him incredibly unpopular by the people and and the nobility. Hmm. But then how are they going to replace the thief taker general? They already have guards. There we go. Amazing. All right. Simply a man who stops crime within the city. In truth, he runs the largest network of thieves in the whole county. He uses the position and the social smoke screening it provides to eliminate his competition and to fatten his pockets. Let me have it all set itself up again. Hmm. Look at this fucking web, huh? I kind of like what's happening here. It is sort of its own little microcosm. All right, sandwich is done. My thoughts are clear. I'm being fueled by ham. Its own little fucking microcosm. All right. All right. He's forming in my mizzened, in my mind, if you will. Yeah, no, there will be a point where in writing this we go through the character, like all the characters and what we've written so far and go, all right, here's a quest, this is a quest here, and then we write down and work on the quest. But right now we're just focusing on the characters and the broad strokes. Hmm. Water is yummy, Gordon. I'm thinking that he might also have like a little sniveling, like Grima Wormtongue ass underling. Constantly tailing behind him is his much less charismatic. Charismatic. Cause charismatic. Yo, hi. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back with sandwich and I've eaten. You see that was my breakfast at about 1 in the afternoon. Underling. He is a ratty individual who is constantly clammy. There we go. You know that good stuff? Oh yeah, I got it right here. Ah. Might I suggest a bagel with ham and some lovely cheese of your choice? He's a ratty individual who is constantly clammy and wipes and some jam on the side. You know it. Something that I just remembered because I said bagel, and it's a very characteristic word in a specific accent. That's no, I don't. That's why I asked. Oh, sorry, I don't have jam on the side. But yeah, no, like specific accent. Like Drock has it, and I noticed my grandma also has it. They both have the same accent. Like, you know how he says dragon. I really like that accent, actually. I like my neighbors. Stretching my arms. Uh, he wipes his He's known to giggle. Uh, uh, so Canadians actually have multiple different accents. The one you're talking about with the oh sorry, oh yeah, for sure, man. Oh yeah, let me just move by a skosh there, yeah. Like that one is more like Alberta and not kind of Alberta, like Alberta, Saskatchewan. Nobody lives in Manitoba. Uh, the one I'm talking about is the British Columbia accent, which is separate. The one where you know the dragon and bag and you know those sorts of things. Yeah, and so for context, culturally, that's kind of similar to the you know the southern accent. I have this right here. Let me get you this right here. As you can see, I'm driving a Ford F-150, like that kind of voice. Is they are both sort of associated with sort of that like country bumpkin, like redneck sort of type person. You know, country folk. And it's so interesting how differently they formed. And then Quebec is just incorrect in every way. A miserable pile of war crowns and maple syrup. I've heard the Canadians are doing pretty good right now. Well, their housing crisis is worse than ours, so I don't know about them doing good, but like I feel like they're doing better relatively. Oh, I don't think you are here for this. I'm not gonna be taking college courses in winter because financial reasons. Uh, to sort of get a little bit into it, uh, uh, my cat has medical bills and needs more intensive care for reasons. And so we can't afford my cat's medical bills and my college. And so I'm not taking college courses. That does mean, however, I'll have more time for stream related stuff and art and shit, which is not a bad thing. Exactly. Pussy before education. He is known for his gross chittering laughter. Are you going to be a neat? No. No, because I'm still gonna be like going outside. I'm still gonna volunteer. Uh, like I'm not gonna be like the homebody the entire time. And like I want to set up something like I don't know a Redbubble or something and make designs for like shirts and things like that. So that I could get my stuff out there like that one design that y'all gave me a design idea for of like the sad hobo cloud just like I hate my baka life. And just like sad and smoking like in the rain. Sanji is a real one. It's a shame what Toei's done to him. Uh and like stuff like that. So like I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna be doing things. It does mean though, I'll have more time to actually work on assets, like the screens that I need to work on. Uh, he is known for his gross chittering laughter, and let's see, he's known for his gross chittering laughter, which is unlike. I'm just gonna say is quite unlike a normal person. I mean, yeah, that's true, but also, The art assets also kind of count as financial assets. Since I'm doing all the shit for my streams, all the stuff like all this shit is a big walking billboard of here's what my art looks like. It's good, isn't it? And so I need to update it. Let me see. Add link. What should I name this guy? You know what? I'm just gonna make up a name. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. El Gram. Oh, let's see what is El Gram. See, El Gram. What should his last name be? The problem is if I try and make something based off rat, the name for rat is so consistent throughout like most European languages. It is incredibly consistent. Alright, I found a word. I went through Google Translate a couple of times. Alright. There we go. Elgrum Fretch. Elgrum Fretch. That's a fun little name there. Let me get some more water. Constantly tailing behind him is his much less charismatic underling. He is a ratty individual who is constantly clammy. He's known for his gross chittering laughter, which is unlike a normal person's. Let me change that again. His gross chittering laughter, which is more like a rat than a... Which sounds more like a rat than a person. I'm gonna add demons. I'm gonna add demons into this setting. He is an imp. Is a demonic imp in disguise. and has and is attempting to hold on. The thief taker general doesn't much like him, but seems to never really be but can never seem to get rid of him. There we go. Elgram Wretch is a I'm just gonna copy you. Elgram Fretch is a ratty individual who is constantly he is attempting to use there's a P. Attempting to use add link the Thief Taker General as a distraction from his own efforts to what is he trying to do? Right? He has his own motivations and shit. As a distraction from his own efforts to climb the social ladder. In truth, he is a demonic imp who wishes to use the chaos and turmoil wishes to feed off of the chaos and turmoil in order to increase his own power. Alrighty, that sounds pretty good to me. That sounds quite good to me, I think. For this little bastard, at least to start off with. Alright, and the Thief Taker General, I think there's a fair bit. So we might be able to go back to the City Rebels. I feel like we could go into them more, but I'm not quite sure what to do. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to make Obsidian invisible once again. I am lighting the Nether portal once again, but instead of the Nether, we are leading to Faden. And as I work on the map, maybe I'll come up with more ideas. Either way, this will give more progress. And here's something I want to do before we like expand this further, which we are making good progress on doing this like bigger hex here. I am going to create a new biome. It's less of a biome and more don't go here. These are the mountain peaks. This is where it is ice and snow and like not much life whatsoever. You do not want to go here. You want to go around. And so I think it may be good to do this to sort of show the general shape of things. The peaks will get much larger as like we go to see how this like stops. Turns out mountains are big. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, okay, so there is probably like a bigger peak around here. Yo, how's it going? Also, welcome in. How's it going? I am Bajongles. I'm here working on world building and shit. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm working on this is specifically going to be like a full D&D setting book with like rules and shit. Uh and so as I come up with more ideas, I'm working on drawing the map. I feel like that would be good for me. Okay, so there we go. Maybe like a smaller peak here so that we have like a nice valley. Like a peak here. There we go. So for the basics of this setting, it takes place in the county of Faden, right? Which is separated into like 3 baronies, and these barons are fighting amongst each other because they're a part of this wider civil war going on because there's no successor to the king, right? Like the king died, and then the prince died, who was his brother, who had nobody had any heirs. apparently, and now it's like this big succession civil war. Uh, me with no heirs. Man, and like, uh, so there's this the local Fae court, because I believe maybe that like the Fae just have multiple different courts, sort of like how people have different kingdoms. Like the one here is sort of like using this war as an opportunity and are basically acting as power brokers and stuff like that. And so like they're a problem, and then there's just generally very complicated political stuff going on. Like for instance, within this one, which is the barony of Hartford, very creative. It's based on stags and deer, and it's called Hartford. Lovely. I love real world names. There are sort of three groups within it. There's the Order of the Stag, which is directly under the Baron. Then there's the Hartford Lords, and there's sort of this like Lord like rebellion sort of going on. And there are the Rebels, which is less of a faction and more just like a large group of different groups of people. So like in this forest there's a group I like to call the Merry Men. These are sort of based off Robin Hood and the Merry Men. But they are interesting because they've been infected by this weird, like, parasite polyp type thing. Yes, this is a world that is gonna have like an entire setting book. And I want to give people sort of the puzzle pieces to do stuff with, and maybe a couple example campaigns within it. Oh yeah, that's definitely interesting. Uh, so very roughly, this is sort of based on England in like the 11 to 1200s ish, and so they're also fighting against a neighboring kingdom, which is basically kind of France. And then there's another one that has mercenaries that are coming in here to profiteer, because uh, you know, mercenaries are gonna do what they do. And those mercenaries are primarily based off of the Landsknecht, which are like German mercenaries from the Holy Roman Empire. And they're super flashy, and they show off like they're gay little birds. With Leo showing all their feathers and shit like that. I haven't talked about them much, but they'll be fun. It's less complicated than it sounds, because it's just gonna be a couple of characters. Because like it's kind of far away. But so like with the Merry Men, that is a working title. Uh, they are infected by this weird like parasite polyp. So basically, like it's giving them the desire to draw people into this like spring. Uh, like in the middle of the woods and infect them, and then over time they get more and more like coral starts growing in them until eventually they can't move anymore and they get rooted to the spot where they are, and then they just start spouting water that is filled with more of these like coral polyps, basically making a new spring, and so sort of spreading their influence. And there's a city somewhere around here, like here somewhere. I like to call Marrowhurst. Shout out to one of my viewers, Dicey, for giving that name. It's very cool. Or like helping with that name, I mean. And it's sort of like the big city in like the Baronate. And that's sort of what we're working on today. I'm sort of like not taking a break, but I'm stepping back. I'm drawing on the map to sort of brainstorm and talk about ideas. I'm trying to think. Wrong tab. All right. I'm trying to think, because okay, so we just came up with this entirely new character who's the Thief Taker General. It was based on this real guy whom I forget the name of. Who acted basically as like law enforcement, but he just basically used that as a front to further his criminal empire by getting rid of competition of like rival thieves. And when somebody, like, he would send his thieves out, steal stuff, and then when people came to him being like, we have this thing that's missing, he will conveniently find it and like give it back to them for a fee. And so that's an interesting character in my mind. I don't have a name for him yet. And he sort of has a Grima Wormtongue-esque like advisor who's secretly a demonic imp. And he's the Thief Taker General, I mean, he's sort of like going up against a group of rebels in the city that are sort of acting kind of like a thieves guild, but a bit more targeted. Right? They're not just stealing from everybody. They're doing it for a cause. But because a group of people sort of Guy Fawkesed it, that a Thief Taker General was an official title in London before they made what would become their modern police force. And it was basically this guy who his whole job was to catch thieves, but he wasn't like a government official. He was just a guy that did this. And he was sort of the general of his own private men. And he was known as the Thief Taker General because he would take thieves and arrest them. And so in this he's sort of like that. Or not sort of like that. I'm drawing directly from history for this. He is like that. And at this point, the people love him. The nobles and like the officials love him because for them it means that they don't have to do the work. And for the general people, with many exceptions, like him because they're like, well, he's taking care of crime in this city. I mean, ever since the Civil War, it's been an all-time high. But like I'm thinking of having a quest with him. eventually, like in one of these campaigns, where like basically the goal is to reveal the reality of him and his crimes, uh, and then like, you know, sort of bring him to justice, which is probably gonna actually deal with the crime in the city more so. Alright, let me see. Okay, so we can have it be a little bit more wombly like this. Or more interestingly, I just had this thought. More interestingly, it like in the campaign, you deal with him, and then sort of like Kingpin in the Spider-Man PS4 game. It just means that people who are more dangerous than him start like popping up, and like they have to deal with those people now. Something like that could be cool. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's like a Hydra. When you cut off the head, you have to actually like burn the stump. Yeah, like that sort of deal. And maybe one of those people could be the aforementioned little underling guy who's actually an imp. Like that could be cool. Oh, I see where this leads. Oh, that's an interesting shape. Oh, I like that. There we go. Maybe add a little bit like that, and then... Aye. Oh god, I completely forgot to talk about like the actual physical structure of the city. My bad. Let me get into that. Okay, so basically the city is separated into 3 separate like rings basically. There's the inner ring, which has like the nobles, the administrative area, the keep, which is where the Lord Mayor lives. Then there's the middle quarter. Not the middle quarter, the middle ring, which has like your guilds, your specialty artisans, your leaders of like things like farming guilds and those sorts of things. Uh, just generally people who are a bit more well off, merchants the like. And then there's the outer ring, which is the least wealthy. Which has this like slum area, and this area that is sort of a reference to an area that ends up in almost every game that like my friends and I run, so I'm adding it in here, known as the Rat's Nest, which is kind of like a medieval version of the Kowloon Walled City, where it's like it's incredibly dense. There's like no authority outside of its own like gets in, right? It's basically its own little city within the city. Okay, my headphones disconnected and reconnected suddenly. That was interesting. And like sort of the main economic hub of this outer ring is the large port. It is where most people like the port and the nearby areas around it that, you know, serve people coming in and out of the port and the people who work there and all sorts of things like that. Sort of the main economic hub of the outer ring. And the outer ring is also where like the rebels in the city sort of have a stronghold for obvious economic reasons. And as such, like, gets the most raids from like the Thief Taker General's men and from like the city guard. You know, they have people like that. And so, like, in a weird way, these rebels have become the authority of places like the Rat's Nest. Is it's like, I mean, these people are defending us. I mean, they're cool, right? And so like the attacks are just emboldening more people to rebel. Uh, sometimes these raids like get innocent people, and that galvanizes the populace against them and leads to more rebels. And it's sort of like this. It's like fanning the flames, and then there's going to be a point where it boils over. Oh, wait, I just had an idea. Hold up, wrong tab. All right, so for his weird underling, for the Thief Taker General's weird underling. By the way, his name is Elgrim Fretch. That's like French, but without the N. I'm gonna get rid of the word demonic imp. Yeah. Yeah, Elgrim Fretch. I went through Google Translate a couple of times to get from like rat to like it claims this is a word for like naughty or something like that because I want him to be a bad person, and it sounds like a fantasy name. But yeah, no, so he is an imp, and I think that in this case, imps are fae. Because I want to have more, like, weird fae, like, stuff, you know? Because they're sort of the main, they're power brokers, they're not the main, kind of the main antagonists, they're why a lot of the bad stuff is happening. Oh, and also by the way, once I'm done with this whole thing, it will have its own like entire bestiary with custom stats and things for monsters. And this is for the 2014 rules, by the way. Because that has the SRD. And also I'm just more familiar with the 2014 rules versus the 2024 rules. We love SRD. We love the SRD around here. And so, yeah, I want to give people a shit ton of stuff. I want it to be worth the money, you know? Like, I want people to get something that feels worthwhile. And also the main and also the reason why this is a bunch of hexes is that this is the world map that is a hex crawl. And there are gonna be like custom rules for like traversal and stuff. Let me get some water. Sort of the main thing I want to do with this setting is to have people play it, go into it, and have that sort of like not knowing what's over the horizon and then going to check it out while not being aimless. Because I feel like that's kind of the problem with some like more open world sort of like esque design that I've seen in both like tabletop and in like the video game space, is that they make an open world and then like people can't really like they don't know where to go. And so how do I put this? The best way to put it is that Breath of the Wild did it really well, where like let's say somebody is in this hex, right? Let me do like a little hello little guy. So the horizon is about I'm using kilometers here because why not? Like they can see about 5 kilometers away from them, and that's the horizon. Which means that people are able to see everything that is within these, or not everything, but they can see landmarks that are in the all the 6 adjacent hexes to them. And so the goal of this in exploring is to have something on the horizon for them so they could go, oh, I want to go there now. Oh, now that I'm here, I see this new thing and I want to go there now. Except it's fully randomized. Doesn't the fall system use a similar system to for like wasteland exploration? Kind of. Kind of. I think it's definitely in stuff like Daggerfall. Hmm. It you can definitely see it a bit in Fallout, but I'd honestly oh, don't mind my coughing. Honestly, I'd say that that Skyrim is a bit of a better example of that. Like, regardless of my opinions on it as a game, like, and the way it plays, the world of Skyrim is very, very good at getting you to explore it and wondering what's over the, like, what's over the next hill, right? What's past that mountain? what's in that cave, right? It is very good at doing that. Like, it's a lot of this is how do I put this? I do want some sort of random element, but I also want to have some stuff that is, like, just there. And the random stuff is more to, like, personalize the experience of each playgroup, and each time somebody goes through the world, maybe in a different campaign. As I don't know, I think that's cool. Yeah, I'm glad you think so. I think it's rather interesting, which is a good hallmark. I definitely have. Let me get Obsidian. By the way, do you use Obsidian? If not, I highly recommend it. It's a very good note-taking thing. Basically, you're making a bunch of wikis for yourself. Let me get rid of the background. There we go. And let me go to chat square. There we go. The chat square is there so I can show the entire thing. There we go. So as you can see here, all these are all different, basically wiki pages. And over here, you can visualize, like, they get visualized as this map. How do you not get overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of notes? I sort of take it one note at a time, and because they're attached to each other, like, for instance, let's go to the Barony of Hartford, right? Once we're clicked into the Barony of Hartford, in my mind, all I have to worry about is the stuff that it links to. It's a rather healthy approach to do a big overview perspective. Like, for instance, in macro terms, right? In the widest possible view, all that matters is the county, the baronies, and the barons that are leading them. Right? That is the widest level. And then we can decide to go into, let's say, the Barony of Hartford, which is the one we're focusing on now, right? And then inside of that, we do not need to focus all that much on the other two baronies right now. We do not need to focus on those. We are focusing on Hartford. And within Hartford, there's the three general, like, faction groups within them. And the people that are important to them and stuff like that. And then you can zoom in further, and you don't need to focus, like, every time you zoom in, you do not need to focus on everything else in the periphery. You just focus on the area that you're looking at. Oh, also, I learned that through, like, the canvas here, I can make a relationship map. And so this is outdated because I need to do the City Rebels, which we're working on now, and the character of the Thief Taker General and the Elgrim. Well, like, Merry Men, for instance, like, we can see here. Also, something I forgot to mention about the polyps. They sort of act as not a hive mind, but they make organisms that are infected by it more amenable to each other. Right? And so this led these people, who are all infected, by the way, to become friendly with one another. And then here's the original joke of them that, oh, they're the merry men? No, they're the married men. And that's the bit. That's the bit. They're all in a Robin Hood polycule. And I zoomed out a little too much. And so all this only matters, like these characters and all this only matters if you zoom in beyond the Order of the Stag, the Hartford Lords, and the Peasant Rebels, who are, in simplest terms, in conflict with each other. They are fighting. Water. But yeah, no, let me get my background back on. There we go. And let me get the cat square gone. Splendid. Alright, let me make that invisible so that we can continue on drawing mountains. And talking. Oh, also, by the way, at 3 p.m. my time, I'm swapping over to working on some assets for a stream. Which is not for a fair bit now. Or it's not for a fair bit. But, like, that is a thing that will be happening. Because I'm doing everything myself. Alright, but yeah, no, so what do we do with all the factions? Okay, so immediately I think I've accidentally I'm glad to hear it. I think I've accidentally stumbled into like the 3 main factions that are in conflict with each other in the city. Like just on accident. Right? There's the Thief Taker General and his men. Then there's the rebels in the city. And there is the guard. And the guard, I'm thinking, specifically protects the city officials and the nobles. So they are not really concerned with protecting the rest of everybody. And then the Thief Taker General, who claims to be helping everybody by dealing with thieves, but is actually just getting rid of his own competition. And then there's the rebels, who are trying to help people make things better, but they're also doing things like trying to bomb the keep and the courthouse like Guy Fawkes in real life with the Parliament building. Which is so funny. Guy Fawkes literally did go, "Don't come to school tomorrow," and then was surprised that like somebody fucking like said something about it. And so yeah, I think we've stumbled upon the 3 city factions. Water. I want to explode the Parliament building. Wait, I have friends in Parliament. Hey, friends, don't come to the Parliament building tomorrow. We're going to blow everything up. He was fucking stupid. I love him for it. I love him for it, the bastard. Oh, this reminds me. This reminds me, and this is something interesting that I could add into this whole thing. So, traditionally, throughout European history, and just history in general, but especially Europe, uh, places like taverns and and like inns and these sorts of places have traditionally been sort of the places where people talk about revolution and and stuff like that. So it'd be interesting if there's like a bit of a crackdown or like an attempted crackdown on these spaces. Because like it would be really cool if like, you know, the scene of like some guards going into the tower, just nobody's going to cause trouble, are they? You know, sort of doing the tough guy act. Let me stretch. Like I don't know. Yeah, no, I like that idea, and this going into this depth will allow it to or allow people like looking at this setting to want to put a campaign in a single city and to have plenty of stuff to work with. And that's the big thing with this. I want to give people stuff to work with without necessarily like leading them in only one direction. Because this is meant to be a world more than a campaign. This is a place where you put your campaigns in. Alright, there we go. And how does this look? Fly me to the moon so I can kick its fucking ass. To show it what I learned in moon jujitsu class. Alright. I'm thinking it's looking pretty decent. It's looking pretty alright. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. There we go. I completely forgot something very important about this setting when describing it to you. I apologize. So up around like here is a dwarf dwarf stronghold. Right there, like there's a river valley that goes all the way through, and then in the valley is a dwarf fortress. Now, what's interesting is that in this setting, dwarves have invented black powder, which in this setting is specifically called boom powder. And so, what's interesting about that in this is that means this county right around here, this or not county, this barony right around here, the barony of Swindon, through like raiding the dwarves, have gained access to gunpowder and cannons and things like that. Which means I get to do really cool shit with that eventually once we get to that. And then over here in this area is Rawberg, and their main thing is magic. And their baron has been missing because he had dug too deep into the font of magic in order to gain secrets untold. And it corrupted him, and now he's like a weird bird homunculus creature. Basically a Nothic. Basically a Nothic, but like a weird From Software bird creature. And the use of gunpowder by them is less of a like big. It's turning the tide on everybody. It's kind of evening the field a little bit because they are going up against magic. And Hartford here is sort of like not the best at either compared to the other two, but they have both. No, gunpowder is rare, but it's becoming less rare. Right? It's in, instead of like the guns you're thinking of, it's more like hand cannons, which started to show up around the time frame where this is vaguely based off of, which is literally you take a cannon with a wick, you put it on a long stick, and then you light it, and then boom, small cannonball. And so it is changing how warfare works, but because like there's a wizard, right? Imagine a wizard is just, oh, a cannon? That's cute. I cast fireball. Right? Like suddenly gunpowder doesn't like turn the tide instantly. You know, cause like magic it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of dedicated learning, which is why Marrowhurst has like a wizard's college. Like the wizards go to the Marrowhurst University to learn magic. Is because it is a bit of a specialty. It's really hard to learn magic. Right? But like anybody could just turn a cannon somewhere, light the wick with like a match or something, and then boom, right? So it is kind of changing things still, even though it's not the like overpowered thing it is in our world. But now, you know, instead of like a special guy coming in and breaking down the wall, suddenly like people are like cannons are coming in, and now they have to change how castles work. Because like let's say somebody uses like let's say a wizard uses something like mold earth or something like that on a wall, or just like bang, big powerful damaging spell on the wall and breaks through, right? You have a spellcaster in the castle who can counterspell that, then you've solved it. But you can't really counterspell a cannon. Also, I apologize if I'm very rambly. I am full of ADHD. Oh, hey! You again! Hi, welcome back. You keep telling me to add you on Discord. I feel like you're trying to steal my information, buddy. like I said earlier, if you want the Discord, just do ! Discord, and that's the server. I'm not giving you my personal Discord. Sorry about that. Sometimes I get bots. Hi, Nightbot. Very cool. Alright, there we go. Okay, so I can, if I do this once again, right? And then, because this is basically a glacier on the mountain, right? That, like, mountain glacier. I can imagine that, like, very easily the river going like that. And then having, like, more bits of runoff as, like, it comes together nicely, right? And, like, something like that, and then it goes down all the way to that. Like, I'm seeing how the waterways function. I forget if this is actually properly how it works, but I'm having more of these, like, mountain hip, like, the pinnacle, like, these sorts of little glacier bits, more like here than here, even though there are some obviously here. And I think I want the same to happen, like, here, with, like, some trailing off down here. More so. Because moisture is coming up from the ocean. This is the ocean, by the way, right? Up from the ocean to the mountains on this side and to, like, there. And dumping off all of their moisture before continuing, because rain shadow effect. And so, in my mind, it makes sense that there'd be a lot of ice and snow on the mountains where there's higher levels of moisture coming in. And so that's what I'm gonna do, even if I'm not quite correct. Oh, by the way, I'm incredibly passionate about world building and stuff, which is how I learned about things like the rain shadow effect and, like, generally how water interacts with life on land and how that, how the, how the geography affects that. And so I've sort of formed this place to fit my needs as the creator. Is like I wanted multiple forests, right? I wanted some woods here. I wanted a bit of woodland here. I wanted this area here to be a barrier because it's the Fey Forest, but I didn't want mountains to go all the way down here. Right? I want it to be possible to cross here, just very dangerous because, like, a Fey could go, some sort of Fey creature could go, "What the fuck are you doing in my house?" Reverses your toes. but like, you know, make it hard for people to leave this area, but still possible if they really want to. There's gonna be other stuff, right? Like, I kind of want to have other supplements to like expand the world and create more settings within the world. And so, like, you know, if you really wanted to, you could go here and go through the dwarven keep. If you really wanted to, you could go through the forest and end up in the pardon me, into the grassland savanna area that may or may not have orcs in it. I don't know yet. We'll get there when we get there. Hey, Gremlin. Can you go to the moon? And if you can you eat it? I feel like higher level spellcasters are able to go to the moon. And even, like, probably find ways to breathe up there. So, yes, on the first count, it's just really hard. And on the second count, I mean, you can eat moon rocks, technically, right? So I'm gonna say yes, but very nervously and scared. Because I don't think I can handle your power. I'm not exactly one for eating moons. I'm kind of liking how this is coming together, so I'm gonna, like... Wrong one to minimize, I need that. That's no moon. That's gremlin. Alright, there we go. The audience when I moon them? No, don't do that! Don't do that, that'll get a strike on your account, no. Which doesn't like that very much, because they're losers. Alright, there we go. Alrighty. Peak Skinema. It's like a cinema, but made entirely of flesh. And Conrad Kurz would enjoy a good Skinema. Have you been to the Skinema recently? They were showing a really good movie. Skinamarink. God, that movie freaked me out. That's such a good horror movie. Oh, Skinema Sins. Ah. I prefer Skinema Wins, thank you very much. I prefer the positivity of, here's a movie. This is everything I think is good about it. I can read, I just don't see very well. There's a difference between being illiterate and blind. You know, for the amount of eyes I have, I'm surprised I don't see very well. Oh, no, 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 no. That's Scanema. It's very similar, but spelled slightly different. A common misconception. You reminded me though. I probably want to do something in Marrowhurst with like their sewers. Like the classic thing of, oh, there's kobolds in the sewers, or like the ratmen or some shit. Oh, ratmen could be cool. Ratmen in the sewers, and there's like a whole rat society. Hello. It's good to see you. But I think with hold on. No, right, no, I'm starting to get an idea. Hold on. Hi. Hey, hey, how are you doing? Obsidian, get back here. And then here we are. Okay, Marrowhurst. The juvenile, this juvenile tortello. No, not the tortello. Hey, look, the juvenile tortoises are beating my ass. Where did they learn this? A fucking rat? The sewers. There we go. And they have the road class. Oh, exactly, precisely. They all have the rogue class, but they subclass into a different class. I think one of them will. Okay, so let me see. Raphael would be a rogue barbarian. Donatello would be a rogue artificer. Michelangelo would be a rogue bard. And Leonardo would be a rogue monk. And I stand by my decision. Oh, and I actually think that Splinter would be like a rogue cleric. Like, interestingly enough. Or maybe he would just be a monk. Because he doesn't really do rogue things, right? He's mostly a teacher and like the sort of, the emotional center of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in some interpretations. The sewers. Alright, they're winding catacombs. And tunnels underneath Marrowhurst. There are tales of strange beasts wandering beneath the very not feet like feature, or feet like toes. There we go. Water. Very good. I suggest you all stay hydrated. There are tales of strange beasts wandering beneath the very feet of the common folk. Wouldn't Leonardo be a paladin because he's the leader? Not necessarily. Anybody of any class can be the leader, although he is the leader in blue who does anything to get his ninjas through, right? But we're talking about his behaviors and his fighting style. And at least in the interpretations that I grew up with, being mostly the 2012 version, Leonardo definitely feels very much like a rogue monk. Although Paladin wouldn't be the worst thing. That reminds me. So my friend had this fun idea for a rogue paladin multi-class, and you just reminded me. Thank you for reminding me. So it doesn't specify in the paladin smite rules that the strengths have to be based on strength, right? None of paladin's stuff is based on strength specifically. I remember the body horror for kids. To be fair, there was a lot of body horror for kids. Like, let's be fair here. That is the case. And so we've realized rules as written, 2014 D&D rules. You can add smite to sneak attacks. So if you're a rogue paladin, you can sneak attack somebody for insane amounts of damage, and then also smite on top of that. You become a monster. Expected someone to be an elegant dex-based paladin? Probably the developers do, but like, I don't know. No. You're mistaking Leonardo the Turtle for Leonardo da Vinci. See, Leonardo da Vinci was his father. It's like confusing Monkey D. Luffy and Monkey D. Dragon. Right, like you need to remember that Leonardo Ninja Turtles and Leonardo da Vinci are parent and child. We all know this. This is canon. This is real. Oh no. You're thinking of their disowned distant cousin Leonardo DiCaprio. A common mistake. A common mistake, I'm sure. Arcane tricks. Oh yeah. Oh no, you make a good point. You make a very good point. I do raise you, however. There are other good options. Might I suggest to you, and by the way, I'm opening my physical copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, so I'm flipping through pages. Rogue 62. Might I suggest to you Soul Knife Rogue? See, what they can do once they get to third level Rogue which they'd have to anyways. They have one Cybolstered Knack. When your non-psionic training fails you, your psionic power can help. If you fail an ability check using a skill or a tool with which you have proficiency, you can roll one psionic energy die, yada yada yada, and add that. Oh, you know what they do? Okay, sick. Yeah, I'm also playing Soul Knife currently in a game. Yeah, like the psionic knife being like a D6 instead of a D4 with the sneak attack and the smite is really good, yeah? Like, I can imagine that being very good. Plus being able to, like, send it out as a spell attack with a range. Or not a spell attack, but, like, it has range like a spell attack more than, like, a physical weapon. And so you can use that with your sneak attack and shit at range. You can range smite somebody. Let me look at the smite rolls. You might be right. I don't usually play Paladin. Paladin smite rules 2014. Paladin, D&D Wiki. Starting at second level when you hit a creature with... Oh, it's a melee weapon attack. Yeah, you're right. Smite is just canceling someone on Twitter. God, I miss being able to cancel somebody on Twitter. But like, Elon came along and now, like... Now we have the biggest loser running the platform. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's a melee attack, but still, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Some say these creatures are kobolds. Some say they're ratmen. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do love kobolds too. And also it allows me to go, hey, DM of this game. Hey, DM of this game. Have you heard of Tucker's kobolds? Yeah, they're in your sewer now. Use them as you will. Here's a suggested way to play kobolds to be scary for any level of party. Have fun. Ratmen are also good though. Because then there could be like a weird rat king, which is like a bunch of rats tied together. Okay, so for context, Tucker's Kobolds is from a story of an old style like DM named Tucker, who ran kobolds, right? And he ran them the most efficiently you can, right? And he was using them against a high-level party, I think if I remember right, like in the 15 to 20 range. Yeah, no, basically, yeah, no, guerrilla fighter tactics, like that type of shit, yeah. And like because he played them insanely smart using their stat blocks, he was able to scare the shit out of high-level players with kobolds. You know, the I think the CR-1/8, CR-1/4, whatever they are, creatures. That's why if you play things smartly, like they would be played, or not would be played, but how they would act in the world, things get terrifying. To torch the entire place? Ah, I mean, that's true, but also, yeah. I mean, that's fair, but also, in this particular case, of if they're kobolds in the sewers, is that sewers are wet. But on the other hand, there'd probably be higher levels of methane. And methane is incredibly flammable. So I don't know what the ruling is there. We'll figure that out when we come to it. Yeah, we'll figure it out when we come to it. Lightning bug the water. You are so right, and I'm not going to come up with solutions for any of the problems. I am creating puzzles for people to solve. Yeah, it's a sandbox, right? That's the whole point of this, is that it's a sandbox. That's what napalm's for. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Kind of Greek fire. We don't really know what it was made out of, but like it could have been napalm. Lightning bolting the water is one of my favorite tactics. That is very good. That is a very good tactic. If things are designed right, how do I put this? If things are designed well, I mean, there should be both circumstances where that is very effective, and also circumstances, even with water, where you're gonna have to use multiple tactics, just because that's more fun. That's more fun for people. Right, so like having an area where like you lightning bolt the water, right, and it takes out like 8 kobolds, right? You've taken out 8 kobolds. That's very good. And then there's like 8 more in like sort of in the surrounding area that everyone else can also deal with. I mean, that's pretty cool. That is a very cool tactic, but also that's a shame. That's a shame. You could have adopted a child and used them in your war against all that opposes you. You could have had that wormling melt your enemies. Oh, okay, okay, you're fine. Okay, you're fine then. Yeah, okay. You will have to watch out for the amount of monsters in D&D that have resistance or immunity to fire. More so than, like, there are for those that have that to acid. I'm gonna finish up what I want to write about the sewers, and then, and then once I finish writing this, I'm going to change the stream naming category, and then we're gonna be working on stream assets, which means we're gonna be getting to do some art. So so as I think about finishing this up. Oh, shit! Follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh hey, we met the third goal. Thank you so much. Oh, fair enough. Let me see. Wrong tab, but I need that open for later. Some say they're ratmen. Whatever they may be, sightings have been at an all-time high. Sorcerer. Oh, Artificer. Artificers are nice. But yeah, no, let me make this invisible. And then let me go over to you. Working on assets. And then you're gonna see the main stuff I do. And then let me go to category for art. And then done on that. We're going to save this. Come on, save. I know the document is huge, but you could do it. Why are there so many tiefling bards? Because when Critical Role came out first came out and got popular, here we go. A lot of theater kids saw that and were really cool, and they saw a bard and were like, well, I'm a bard. They're the horniest class. I'm in the Statler and Waldorf chairs. Boom. Yeah, here's progress on the new just chatting screen. I can't tell whether or not I should laugh or cry. I know what my money's on. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Alright, let me see. I'm trying to find the layers. There we go. Splendid. Alrighty. Okay, so I realize now that I completely forgot to blend this. Your money or your honey? Ho ho ho! And then Settler and Waldorf start making out because they've been married for 50 years. Stretching time. God, I've been playing D&D for a long time now, I think. Let's see. So I first started playing in 2018, and it is 2025 now. And so that means, okay, so 7 years? Yeah, like 7 years. And so, you know, the fact that I haven't really been getting bored of it so much is a testament to like my enjoyment of the game. The fact that that I've only played a paladin like once or twice in that time is interesting. Started playing last August? Congratulations! Yeah, congrats, it's a good game. I'm glad you're getting into it. Listen, as time goes on, I'm starting to feel old too, and I'm not old. I'm not an old man. There's actually a pretty decent reason for that. So in the design of any game, in this case, a tabletop game, what you want from a game is that there are different classes that, and different aspects of the game in general, that are more complicated than others, right? You want stuff that is very beginner friendly, and you want other stuff that is not so beginner friendly. You know, to allow more advanced play for people who've been at it for longer. And in this case, classes like Artificer fall into that more complicated category. And so, in literal terms, an Artificer is more difficult to play than a fighter. Is he do the circus that makes you old? God damn it! Not the circus that makes you old. I hate going there. I've gotten old and died and been reborn like 3 times now. I'm so hip and young, god damn it. Enjoy it while it lasts. I sure am. Alright, there we go. And then to 70. There we go. Those are rookie numbers. But you know, anyways, with class difficulty. So like Artificer is meant to be a little more advanced than something like Fighter or Rogue. I mean, yeah, but that's more due to my habits than my lack of experiences in clowning. Sorry for the vocal hiccup. And let's see here. How cool and awesome can we get with this? Check this out. Mirror tool. Is this correct? Yes. And I find the sort of simpler character classes are sometimes, not always, but sometimes the ones I find to be particularly more rewarding to play, which is very interesting. Like, I'm playing a Soul Knife Rogue right now, as I've said after you said that. Very fun character. His name is Arthur. He's a theater nerd loser, and we all hate him. Affectionate. Soldier 76, how dare you? How dare you reference Overwatch in my house? And how dare I recognize that? I say that in jest. I'm not actually mad. I hope you all know this. Da 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 da. Should I replace an infusion to get repulsion shield? That would make my AC 20. Higher AC in D&D is generally good. It's generally very good. So I might go with that. I might go with that if I were you. What are your other options? Because like I don't know what the 2024 rules are. So like, you know, what are your other options? Because there might be ones that are better. But generally speaking, oh, you're playing 2014? Okay, good. Okay. For my school newspaper back in the day? Well, schools still have newspapers, so. Yeah, 2014 is 5e, yeah, yeah. But also Wizards is like, it's all 5e. Switch over to the 2024 rules, please. And like, I would have much rathered it be called 6th edition. There are things in it that they do really well. But yeah, you're playing 2014? Okay, so I can kind of see what your other options are. I'm not familiar with Artificer, honestly. I've played it a couple of times. But like I said, generally speaking, increasing your AC is very good. But you also might want to try stuff that sounds more interesting in contrast to what is saying is good is not right, is optimal. Yeah, or even 5.5 or 5.1. Yeah, no, I would have much preferred that. Like, even if they changed nothing else about the system. Because, like, how do I put this? There are some things that they do well in the system, and there's stuff that, like, my friend, one of my friends is considering, like, picking up from 2024 rules and plonking them into 5e. By the way, can I just say plonk is one of my favorite English words? Because we're a monk, artificer, sorcerer, and rogue. One person is not really enough for frontlining. That is fair. How's your guys' healing situation, going? Because, like, okay, let's say you have a divine soul sorcerer, yeah? That gives you some healing. I believe there are some... Oh, Way of Mercy mode. Okay, so you have healing. Alright, AC is generally good. There's also a case to be said about adding more damage options, although considering the fact that you have a monk, a sorcerer, and a rogue with you, I feel like damage by itself is not one of your problems. So I think adding a tank, yeah, more of a tank, so like AC 20 is best in this case. Yeah, because, like, you know, it doesn't seem like you're wanting for damage. Like, when a sorcerer can like quicken spell and twin spell in one turn with multiple damaging spells. Like, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, the question is taking or giving, yeah. So are you... So, looks at your AC and damage, numbers. So, are you giving or are you receiving in this relationship? I have to watch those three to absolute universe destroying... I see, yeah. 18 damage! Okay, to be fair, right? 18 damage on a normal guy is insane. Hi, I'm Phil Sorcery, and to prove the strength of meta magic, I sawed the spell in half. Now that's a lot of damage. How about a little more? Although it's pretty sad that when the rogue misses, yeah. If the rogue is any good, they just simply don't miss. The haunting sounds of 2018 pop back into our minds, just as and a miss. I guess I never missed her. And then you see, like, the frenzied flame from Elden Ring shooting out of my eyes. I know. I'm not helping you cope. I'm commiserating. I've been a rogue that misses. It's so bad. If you're not fudging dice rolls, you're not playing rogue enough. That is untrue. Fudging rolls is not healthy for the game, and you will not catch me doing it. Don't look at me. Oh, I needed to beat a 15, and I rolled a 14 with bonuses. Let's just scooch it up by one, shall we? No. Oh, a lot for a normal guy thing. Yeah. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I just realized, like, after you saying that, I just realized that sounds like the D&D equivalent of... It's average, I swear! Don't worry, King. It's average. Are you using the gun rules for DMG, or are you using custom rules? Because in the DMG, guns are basically just like the same as any other ranged weapon. And so, like, it's kind of mostly for flavor, I'm gonna be honest. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. DMJ, I think, okay. You know, like I said, there is absolutely nothing wrong with them just being, being, like, flavored, like, ranged weapons. Like, is that necessarily exciting? No, it's not very I've played in a lot of games where they were just ranged weapons, and not the most exciting thing. Like, I think I've lost the account of the amount of D&D games I've played in. God, I hate that I can be considered a veteran in my hobby. Oh God, I hate that. Oh fuck, I hate that. Oh God, I've just realized. Okay, you're good. You're not good. You need to be you. Remember, kids, you need to be you, no one else. No critting with the paladin rogue build when you're a higher level. Yeah, oh my God! Oh my God, you're right. Oh God, you're right, yeah. Elder queer person, dear God, no. No, I'm being called an old man on the internet. I'm not even I'm almost 22. I'm young. I'm young, I swear. You can drink booze in the United States, old. There we go. Very good, and now I need to recolor that other one. The future is now, old man. I like Malcolm in the Middle. I'm more of a casual fan, though. Alright, there we go. I believe I can now go to overlay and then go to 70%. There we go. Man, oh god, I hate that. Because I've been in the hobby for, like, what was it? Like, 7 years, like, almost a decade. I could be considered, like, an older, like, you know, just an elder in the hobby. At least in terms of, like, 5e. I was wondering why that was too dark. It's because that was, it was too dark. My internet friends, oh, I mean, yeah, to be fair, though, you do regrow sets of teeth like you're a shark. There's no proof of that, I'm just making shit up. I'm just lying to the internet for the funny. Like, I am just lying on the internet. You know nobody would ever do that, right? Nobody lies on the internet. Everybody is perfectly honest and civil on the internet. And if you get old enough, you also start losing your teeth again. So, yeah. Alright, so it goes like that. I believe so, yes. And start there, because it's going behind. Oh, yeah, you're so right. You're so right. 2d6 plus 5 plus 8d8 plus 10d6 at level 14. Oh my god! What's the average of that? Okay, let's see. The average of a d6 is 4. So that is 4 plus 4 plus 5. So that's 8 plus 5, which is a 13, right? The average of a d8 is 5. So that's 13 plus 5 times 8. Hold on. Let me actually, calculator. 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus, in parentheses, 5 times 8 plus, in parentheses, wait, no. That's 10d6, and the average of a d6 is 4, and so that's 10, so that's 40. 93 damage! as an average. Now, to be fair, that is average, which means 50% of the damage you're gonna do with that is lower than that. But still, oh my god. That is a lot of fucking damage, my man. Zorlok, who? Zorlok, fucking who? Get out of here with that baby shit. We're here for the Palarogue gameplay. To be fair, that is level 14, right? And oh god, that reminds me, there's this video I saw where somebody was like, you can start breaking the game immediately at level 10. It's like, yeah, level 10, immediate, yeah. It's not like reaching level 10 if you're using experience could take multiple months. Yeah, immediately. You know. And even in a game with milestones, like one that I'm in, where, like, we level up each session, because, like, a session happens, and then there's a bit of a time skip, and then a session happens, sort of deal. Right? A gestalt with that? Oh, God, I forget what that means. What? Oh, it's a high-powered campaign variant. Fuck. Oh my god. Shit. That's a very strong character right there. I mean, to be fair, right? Like in that case, you are in a high-powered game, which suggests that everything else is also going to be high-powered. And it's one of those, or it's one of those things that you have to take into context, right? So, like, I assume that the DM is going to balance everything in the game around the characters being powerful like that. Yeah, it's not like most characters never make it above level 6 or 7. Exactly, yeah. And like I was saying, you know, a good DM, sometimes on the fly, can generally gauge how strong the characters are gonna be, and then build the world around that to be challenging enough and interesting for the players, right? And so, even with like Gestalt rules, I assume that, like, it's not that bullshit. It's not like you're doing Gestalt rules while, like, while like just going through Lost Mine of Fendelver. which is a very, very good campaign, by the way. I do not have such strong positive feelings about the sequel, about the obelisk. However, Lost Mine of Phandelver is a very good starter campaign. Like, I highly recommend it for new players. And even, like, experienced players who may have played it before. It's just good. It is just a good game. It's simple, right? You know the stakes. You're told what you gotta do. And you still have this large area to explore and do what you want in. Yeah, that's why it came in the starter set. Exactly. It is just generally good. I've played it twice, by the way, which is why I have such opinions on it. It's very good. Curse of Strahd is also a good campaign setting. Although my issue with it is that it's one of the big, like, campaign books. See, how do I put this? On my shelf, I have a setting book, not a campaign book, a setting book. Hi, Stylus, thank you for dropping by. Called Ptolus. Ptolus, the P is silent. It is spelled Ptolus. And it's written by Monty Cook. And it is how many pages? It is 671 pages long. It is very big. But the thing is, it is a setting book. Curse of Strahd and, like, a lot of these like big D&D campaign books that go from level 1 to, like, 15 are meant to be one game that you play continually. And as we've established, most players don't get past level 10, right? Even don't get past 6 or 7. And so, like, my big issue with these larger, like, D&D campaign books, nobody finishes them. Like, it doesn't matter how good they are when they're just not getting done. General good and or evil, twin specific evil. New fake characters for the setting. General good and specific evil. They are my friends. I love them dearly. Alright, let me do this. Splendid. Also, yes, it is December, and you're probably wondering if you were here for last stream why I'm not working on my Christmas overlay. I will do that on my own time. I like drawing circus. As you can see, I'm a clown. Do most characters not get that high because campaigns end? A mix of both. A mix of both. They usually don't end. They just sort of stop at those levels. Because, like, let's say you're using XP, right? That will take, like, getting to that will take multiple months, and, you know, the greatest enemy of all D&D games is scheduling issues. And so, like, you know, even if people want to play these really long games, maybe somebody suddenly doesn't have the time, maybe something happened, you know? Maybe they just lost interest. Maybe the game did end by then, and that's a miracle. We've been playing for a year and some months, and I'm so happy for you. I love when a game like that happens. It's so good. Like like me and my friends have been through so many games, and most of them don't go for that long. Right? Like some of them have lasted over a year, but then petered out. Petered out. All right, let me see. How am I gonna do the rest? How am I gonna do these tentacles in the rest of the shading? I'll figure it out. But yes, you did get very lucky. Now, I got lucky in a different way. You're okay, yeah, you're level 8 now and ending at level 15, started at 3. Yeah, no, that is you're very lucky. I'm lucky in a different way. See, all of my friends are DMs. And what that means is that nobody ever ends up being the quote-unquote forever DM. Right? Somebody doesn't want to run anymore, and then, like, 3 other people have 12 different ideas of what to do next. Unfortunately, I'm usually a bit busy with stuff to, like, actually run something. But, like, I have ideas. I have many ideas, and I'm channeling some of them into the setting, which once I'm done with it, I will also be running for my friends. It's kind of interesting, like and you sort of like brought this up by we started at 3, right? Is something that's interesting is here's the 3 main like level places that I've seen people start at in a game, right? Is level 1 for obvious reasons, that's level 1, then level 3, and then level 5. And it's kind of interesting that it's those and not like, oh, let's start at level 2 or let's start at level 4. And I don't think I've ever started a game at level 6. I've started a game singular at level 8 before though. So, I don't know, that's outliers. Outliers are what make things interesting. Because there will always be exceptions and new things to experience. Thank you, Nightbot. Very cool. That's right, I do have a Discord. Where on Mondays I do multiplayer Mondays. Yes, I am shilling. Yes, my head has been replaced with a big dollar bill sign. Not really. It's more about fostering community than money. Like, by a lot. I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm doing this for the love of the fucking game. I love this shit. Like, I would love to start getting paid for this. That will happen eventually. But, like, I'm doing this for the love of the game. And by the way, yes, that is one of my favorite phrases. That's why I keep saying it. It's very cool. Right? I love interacting with you guys and drawing and getting ideas and everybody calling me an idiot because I'm an idiot. But people saying it affectionately because they enjoy that I'm an idiot, and I enjoy that I'm an idiot. It makes the world more interesting. Like, I don't think I would be nearly as fun to watch play games if I was not an idiot. You know, I say I'm an idiot, but I'm educated, right? I'm dumb, but I'm educated. I know a lot of things, but that doesn't mean I'm very smart in a practical sense. And you know what? That just makes me a fool, and look at me, I'm a clown. I'm trying my hand at DMing? Oh. Yeah, good luck on that. What are you thinking of doing? Are you thinking of doing like a pre-gen game? You know, like a pre-existing setting. Like for instance, Lost Mine of Phandelver is one that I said it's just in the starter set. Oh, or are you thinking of doing like a custom setting? Both have their advantages and drawbacks for a first time. Like for instance, a pre-existing campaign is very good for the smaller amount of time it takes to prep, and gives you a strong foundation to like build off from in case you want to continue it from there. But a custom setting and campaign gives you more room to create because you're literally making it yourself. And like I personally recommend starting with a pre-made campaign and adapting it to fit your group. There's absolutely nothing wrong with starting with a you know, just your own world. Oh, and also, important thing about when I say start with a pre-made, not start with a pre-made campaign, but just a campaign in general. I recommend that your first one, the first one you run, is a short one. Now, why that is because it's going to be your first time, right? You should not be worried about the quality of your very first time. DMing is something that you have to practice and get good at. And so, it is better to start and do something fast and have it be your first thing fast so that you can do a new thing and take what you learned from the first thing into that second thing, and then, you know, building your skills over time. And like ultimately, no matter how many like guides to DMing and like this is what you need to do to be a good DM, sort of stuff that you watch. The only way you can actually get good is to do it and to see what works for you. Let me see. I'm thinking of doing a campaign from level 5 to 11 set in early 19th century Serbia. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. I don't usually see a lot of people do stuff about places like Serbia. With players being monster hunters. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's fun. Uh, uh, okay, okay. That could go. So here's what I'm thinking, and I'm the streamer, so I'm gonna egotistically barge in and give some advice, even if you don't need it, because you're fully capable as a human being. It could go in two different ways. You could base it off of Monster Hunter, where it's kind of like you're fighting a bunch of big, cool bosses. Right, where like each monster is a boss that you prepare for, and like all that kind of stuff, right? Or it could be one where there's a lot of monsters, but maybe each individual monster is less strong, and it's more of like, you know, your what's it called? Dynasty Warriors. Where like you're like, you know, beating up a bunch of smaller monsters and like feel really cool and awesome. Both make you feel really cool and awesome, uh, but in very different ways. So I can sort of see like a monster hunting game going those directions. Now, I'm not gonna say which would be better, because it's not my fucking game, it's your game. It's your game to do with as you wish. Oh, I messed up a little bit on this. Hold on, let me just... There we go. Cleaning that up. God, I'm a loser. I love that so much. I'll say I'm not super familiar with Serbian folklore. That's something I am definitely going to need to like learn more about, because I just generally want to learn more about things like, you know, myth and folklore and like stuff like that, just from around the world, because having a better knowledge base makes you generally a better world builder, because you have more stuff to pull from. There we go. Man, I really hope you actually get into running that, because like I would love to feel the feeling of running my first campaign all over again. It is a very unique experience, and I'm very excited for you to go through that. For context, my first campaign was dog shit. Right? My first campaign was not good, I don't think. It ended like halfway through where I wanted it to end because my players just didn't want to go through a jungle and basically invented air travel. Uh, which, by the way, one of the best like friend group memories, but also like I could have done better. Like it was awesome. Here we go. Uh, so something I've learned through like experience, both playing and running, is that what makes a monster fun to play against is giving the players ample opportunity to react to the monster's actions, and to have and to give them stuff that changes the dynamic of the battle without necessarily like giving them the absolute upper hand. Uh, demon bears, murderous hobo vampires, witches, ooh. God, that's a lot to pull from. That is a lot to pull from. Let's see, it reminded me. For school, I wrote a paper on bears. So I know a fair bit about bears and like their cultural importance in the Arctic. And what's absolutely fascinating is that there's just like a general trend in human belief of like bears being relatives, right? Or like treated like relatives. Like for instance, all over the world, like pseudonyms for bears are are things like grandmother, cousin, you know, elder, like these sorts of things. And in the rites where bears are sacrificed, they are often treated like either an esteemed guest or an honored individual. And throughout like a lot of the like the Paleolithic, I believe, we see examples of bears have like the remains of bears having the same sort of like red ochre markings on them as we've seen in human burial. And this practice is a global thing. Is the these these older examples were found all the way back in like Belgium, and we're seen as recently as like modern times in like the Northeast, or like in like in different like Algonquin traditions, I believe, if I'm remembering right. I may be wrong, but it's definitely it's definitely like still a relatively modern thing. And this is a complete sidetrack, but it is fascinating. And it sort of leads into sort of a thing where an animal that is seen as like being beyond people in some way while still having similarities to us, we see them as special. Right? Like, we see them as special and often give them the role of, like, a psychopomp, or, like, you know, some sort of border-crossing animal in terms of, like, some sort of spirit world or afterlife, or, like, you know, things like that. And, you know, there's sort of stuff like that that I kind of want to pull into my own stuff, because it's amazing. It's amazingly interesting, I mean. I completely forgot this. Like, I need to look into it for like this particular setting. I did a paper on boar that like I just presented yesterday. I'm very proud of it. Like also for school, but I didn't really go into like different cultural beliefs on boar. But, like, you know, learning about that kind of stuff could be really useful for Swindon, because their name, very creatively, Swin, like swine, like pigs. And so I feel like looking into what people believe about boar could be interesting in, like, characterizing these people in the same way that, like, characterizing deer and like particularly stags like could be good in characterizing in characterizing Hartford. And like the same with crows for Crawburg. I was about to apologize for rambling, and then I realized, wait a minute! That's what people come to streams for! Rambling is my job! I'm not gonna apologize for doing my job. I just have to ramble well. Alright, here we go. I may extend that higher. Ah, yes. You know, sometimes I'm like, oh, it's not that complicated. This, and this, so on and so forth when it comes to, like, world building. And then I have to remember, world building is one of my passions. I'm very I'm very autistic for these sorts of things, right? So what I may consider to not be that complicated could still be very overwhelming for your average person who's like just getting into it or is not as into it as I am. I have to remember the base knowledge of a person. Is I am Spider's Jorg. I am the outlier and should not be counted. No, I see the vision. All right. All right, that's good. Um, so like eventually with this entire world, like outside of just the county of Faden, which by the way translates to Fey Valley. A lot of human names are not like, you know, names people give places are not actually all that creative. It's just they don't sound familiar anymore because they're old. So like for instance, the La Brea tar pits. Like when the Spanish is translated to English, it just translates to the tartar pit because La Brea is like the tar. If I remember right, I was like, what is this? What is this place? It's the tar. The tar is here. Ah, yes, very good. Very good. What's a good Spanish name? Hernando. Yeah, Hernando. And so like it's sort of those things that I want to take into consideration when naming places is that usually people are very literal with names. Baden, the Fey Valley. Hartford. Uh, another word for valley. But you know, deer. Swindon. Uh, Pig Valley, because swine. Crawburg. Crow Castle. Alright, there we go. Oh, also, I don't think I gave the context for this screen for you, because I just kind of forgot. My apologies. But so so see these tentacles in the lore of the stream. In the lore of the stream, these tentacles, that's me. This is me. I am not the clown, I am the whole damn circus. And around, let me get rid of, in this area is going to be a PNG tuber model that connects to these tentacles, and it's going to be very cool and awesome. But right now I'm doing the background image because or not if, but like as you saw at the beginning, there we go, and then bam, 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 bam. There we go. It'll end up being like this, and then like The PNG tuber model is going to be a ringleader because it's a circus. And this is going to be the just chatting screen. And I'm doing my absolute best with this like screen and the model to be lineless. I want it to be lineless and sort of feel like it's made out of art supplies. You know, like paper, fabric, the paint. And I'm sort of basing it a little bit in my mind off of like Leica Studio movies, like Box Trolls, Coraline, the upcoming Wildwood, which you know I'm gonna be watching. That's our local pride and joy. Here in Oregon, that's our local pride and joy. We love Leica Studios. I could drive to their HQ. And then there's this little band where there's more shadow, and then there'll be parts where there's less shadow, because all hail shadow. All hail shadow. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That'll be blended. And then, like, I still need to add it, but let me find... There we go. There's also gonna be, like, tears in the walls where, like, I'm sort of, like, blowing outwards. And, where are they? Where's the layer? And also, like, I need to draw more of these. But, like, patches to sort of make things look a little bit more makeshift, a little bit more beaten down, broken, that sort of thing. Oh, trusty patches. There we go. This reminds me, I found out a way to play Dark Souls, like all the Dark Souls games. So I may at some point stream them all. However, the current playthrough that I'm doing on Sundays is Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Because I'm trying to do as much of like the episode 1 Phantom Menace content that I can. And then after that, we're going to be going to Blasphemous, the second most Catholic game of all time. For context, the most Catholic game of all time, actually, I forget what the most Catholic game of all time is, but Blasphemous is definitely very high up there. And no, I personally am not Catholic. I'm a clown. Actually, no, clowns can be Catholic, it's just I'm not. Okay, now it's time to go a level down in darkness. We are slowly going into the abyss, chat. We are going down deep into the dark. We are finding peace, a peace so absolute that it was almost like the dark. I love Dark Souls 2. Okay, and if I do this for this color, okay. Didn't actually look that bad. But you know, we'll finish setting up that the color once we're done with this shading. Na 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 na. And what I've done with the shading, and you can probably tell a bit, but I'm probably gonna have like a bit of a like a separate lighting layer to emphasize this if I'm able. The main light is a spotlight that's going down to the ring, and then everything around it gets darker. And that also sort of helps, that also sort of helps with the focusing into the center to where the model will be. Something interesting I remembered is that, you know, all character design says something about the character, right? And something I think is really interesting about the character of, you know, me, Bajongles, you know. Like, not me, the real person behind the screen doing everything, right? That's not my real name. I'm a person, not a character. My design is human being. But like the design of this is really interesting. It's eyes and tentacles, but no mouths, right? Seeing the world, manipulating the world, more like an artist manipulates clay than like manipulating of the mind. I'm manipulating you. I'm manipulating you to go get me a cookie. Like not that sort of thing. Like, you know, manipulating like a sculptor does with clay or marble. But no mouth. With the different models, such as the one you're seeing before you right now, giving the character a mouthpiece. So the character the character of Bajongles speaks to y'all by putting on a character. By playing a part. And I think that is a very, very interesting thing that says something really interesting about this, and also, I guess, about me as the person behind it. Is I definitely would not have as wide-reaching a voice as I can have if I didn't, like, broadcast myself out here in the way that I do. It's like, what fun is there of having my camera on when I could be a funny guy? And why be one funny guy when I could be a bunch of funny guys? I mean, it's just economical to be like at least 5, 6 different funny guys. You can fit so much funny in there. All right, there we go. All right. By the way, I really do appreciate all y'all coming along for the ride. I really, really enjoy talking to people. And, you know, having other people's input, and also having people to... I did you see the new Witcher trailer? I have not! Let me look that up. Links are not allowed in the chat because that gets around most of the bots, by the way. So I will look up Witcher 4 trailer. Oh, do you mean Witcher? Do you mean the new Witcher season? Like the show? Because there's one from like a month ago for season 4 that I'm looking at. God, I love the actor that they chose for Geralt, just like in general. He looks very nice. You know, it's I guess it's not that new anymore. Well, it's new to me. I have not seen it. So, I'm very glad you've shown it to me. I can tell from the trailer that the cinematography, like, you know, the camera, is different than normal, but also it's so nice of CD Projekt and you know the people working on the show to show exactly what it's like on the average day, just your average day in Poland. Oh, sick. I'm watching this now. There's a couple of things in this trailer that feel a little off to me. And I can't quite put my finger on it, but like it overall it looks quite nice. I need to catch up on The Witcher. Sick. Yeah, no, Witcher is on my list of things to finish watching. I watched like the first season and I have not continued since. So because I no longer have Netflix. But like, you know, I need to actually like get to it. Stretch. The Witcher's a fascinating like game series to me because like it's just been getting better and better with each entry. So I'm very excited for Witcher 4. Like, there's some people that are upset that, like, Ciri is gonna be the main character, if I remember right. But, like, the games, especially Witcher 3, have been setting her up as the main character of the next game, so, like, I don't know why people are upset about it. Now, if it's done well, that's a whole nother thing entirely. I hope it's done well. But, like, of course she would be the main character of Witcher 4. Alright, I am going to after doing a little bit more shading, I think it will be a great time to messed up there a little bit. It'll be a great time to call it for the day. So I'm just going to finish this up because I want it to look nice. And then I'm gonna be continuing this off stream. So I'm going to go to my just chatting screen, and if you don't mind, I'll do my ending read. It's mostly customary. It's just a nice signifier of ending things. I've been Bajongles. You can find me over here on Twitch, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at noon Pacific Standard Time. I would much appreciate a follow. Speaking of follow, you can follow me both on Bluesky and Tumblr at BigBoyArt1 username Bajongles. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hi YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe. And with that, I will be back on on Sunday to do Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga Episode 1 The Phantom Menace. And then on Monday on the Discord, I will be back to do Multiplayer Monday. And so with that, it has been a wonderful time. Thank you so much for coming with me on this journey today. I will catch you all on the flip-flop. And have a great rest of your day, y'all. Bye-bye.